5'6" junior from Plano Vista, number 10, Taylor Bingham. A 5'6" senior from Omaha New Shen Academy, the Sacred Heart, number 12, Caitlin Schmidt. 5'10" freshman from Beatrice, number 13, Harley Leonards. And a 5'11" sophomore from Haxton, Colorado, number 33, Nassim Pinot. The head coach for the Broncos is Gina Douglas. Doan fans, on your feet, time to greet your Doan Tigers. A 5'11", 5'7" sophomore for U10, number 3, Madison Davis. A 5'9" sophomore from Auburn, number 14, Ashley Teague. A 5'6" freshman from Tilden, Elkhorn Valley, number 20, Olivia Nall. 6' senior from Falls City, Sacred Heart, number 43, Haley Heights. The 5'6" sophomore from Deschler, number 44, Sydney Rowe. The head coach of the Tigers, Ryan Baumgartner.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on in to the Haddock Center here on the campus of Doane University for tonight's matchup between the Doane University Tigers and the Hastings College Broncos. Doane coming into tonight's game with starters of Davis, Teaton, Nall, Heights, and Roth. A couple of players out here for Doane tonight. That's 4 players out for Doane tonight due to COVID protocol, so that'll take a little dent out of the Tigers' approach from the bench here tonight as we get ready for an in-state rivalry between Hastings College and Doane. Tip-off here will be controlled by the Tigers just barely over the timeline. There's Madison Davis who's going to control it for the 3-6 Tigers on the season. They are 1-5 in the GPAC, looking to improve their record here on the season and get their second win. Heights down low, gives it off to Nall for an easy layup down low. First 2 points provided from Heights to Nall here to get things started off for the Tigers. Broncos bringing it down the court here as they are 2-4 in the season, 2-3 in the GPAC. A matchup on paper that looks to be very competitive here from the Haddock Center tonight. Smith with the ball here, passing it off to Beacom. A little bit of an exchange there. Shot clock all the way down to 7. Quickly jumped around, and that's a 2 for Hastings. Tie ball game here early on. This could be a back and forth ball game all night long on the men's side as well. Roth will ever so slightly bring it up the court, whips it to Davis. Nall, 3-pointer on the way. That's buried. Olivia Nall for 3. Extends the Tigers lead up 5-2 here early on in our first quarter of action. Hastings quickly moves things through and they get an opportunity down low. Heights with good defense and the Tigers have it back. Tigers are looking to break a 5-game losing skid here. Hastings on a little bit of a skid their own as Heights takes it in for 2 but gets it to rattle on out, and that's going to be no good. Hastings, they have that small skid of just 2. They've lost the last 2 outings as that gets their record to 2-4. Davis has it all the way, and she's got an easy lane to the basket, and she's got 2 there. Davis quick-handed. She has many steals on the season here, and that's just another opportunity to turn them into points for the Tigers. Beacom controlling it here for the Broncos, getting it off to the short corner. Tigers sitting back in a little bit of a zone defense. 3-pointer on the way, off the back iron, no good, but back in the hands of the Broncos. Another opportunity here. High post, Davis tried to swat it away, gets her hand back in there. Lucky to get no foul called. Smith on the way for 3, and she's going to bury it. That's a 3-pointer for Allie Smith as she gets her Broncos back within 2. For for the Tigers here tonight. They need to have a keen eye on number 12, Caitlin Schmidt. She's averaging 16.5 as the Tigers turn it over there. 16.5 points for Caitlin Schmidt. She's a senior, well-seasoned veteran, and she has put up high points here for the Broncos this season to go along with 4.5 rebounds a game. So she's a do-it-all player. If you're a Tiger fan, you need to keep a keen eye on her all night. Broncos whipping around the perimeter, finally get it on the high post. Back to Smith up top as she controls it, drives right. Down low, easy bucket for Hastings, and there's just a little bit of a defensive lull from the Tigers. You start to see Hastings approach. They're trying to get it right into that high post, and that sets up their whole offense as that one's being tipped around, and that's going to be a foul on Olivia Null. First quarter here notched up at 7 apiece. 7:10 left to go in this first quarter. Hastings looking to get it on, and they do get into Smith as she's going to jog her way across the timeline. Wide open lane there, and there's going to be a short jumper and a foul. 2 coming to line here, and that's going to be a foul there. That's going to be on Madison Davis. Canode's first attempt on the way is good as they get Hastings their first lead of the game here, 8-7. They are drawing in a 6-0 run over the last minute. Canode's second attempt, no good. Ashley Teaton will gather the rebound for the Tigers as they see their first lead right now for Hastings College, 8-7. Looking to get that back in their control. Roth along that left-hand side, picks up her dribble, throws it way over to Null. She'll just take a quick attempt. Doesn't look like she was in much of a rhythm at all, but eventually gets in the hands of the Tigers. Teaton, she'll take her shot at it, and she'll bury it. Ashley Teaton buries the 3, and we're up 10-8 here. 6:33 left to go in this first quarter. Tigers looking a little rushed on those 2 attempts as Schmidt gets inside, and she'll get the bucket to go with an opportunity with 1 more to come. Quickly did the Broncos make their way down the court, and Schmidt's looking to complete a 3-point play. Shot up on the way, rattles around, but Dick goes and gathers it, gives it off to a teammate there, and that's going to be another 2-pointer on the way and good, and that's going to be Leonard's, the freshman out of Beatrice. Tigers have some work cut out for them on the defensive end as Roth tries to throw a pass there, just a little inerrant. Touches the net there, goes out of bounds, didn't even touch a Tiger teammate there. Smith up top gives it off to Beacom, and the Broncos are off rolling when their offensive set. Smith right down the middle of the lane. She'll take it on in for an easy 2-pointer, and that's going to cause Coach Baumgartner to take a timeout. We'll take it right with them. Broncos 14, Tigers 10, 6:01 left to go in our first quarter. Just under 6 minutes left to go here in our first quarter of action as Hastings has taken a 4-point advantage here into that timeout, causing Doane to take their first time out of the game and gather themselves as they've seen some easy buckets being made by the Broncos on the defensive end. Davis, she'll take a look at a 3-pointer. She'll take it and miss out the front iron. No good. Hustles to try and get that for her second chance opportunity. A little too late though. Broncos have been stringing together a 6-0 run over the last 48 seconds, or 5 of 5 of their last field goals, and they haven't been challenged at all on the offensive end. They had Smith streaking right down the middle of the lane there, an easy opportunity down low. The Tigers have not been pushed too much on the offensive end here early on. Smith gives it off to Schmidt and down low to Dick. Down low, she'll go on in and get it onto roll. There's Natalia Dick for two. Now she'll look at it, take it, and bury it. Is it Olivia Null for 3-pointers, and that's going to be just a 3-point advantage here for Hastings College. A much-needed bucket there from Olivia Null. As Beacom goes down the middle of the lane, tries to shoot one, and it's tipped around by both parties, finally ending up in the Tigers. Tonight the Tigers are wearing their white uniforms with orange numbers. Hastings in their crimson uniforms with their white numbers. Teton going into the basket, she'll be fouled on the play. That's going to be Lenners. I believe that's her first of the game. And for the Tigers, it's going to be Reagan Nicholas. As the Tigers get set up in their box set on the out-of-bounds play here to get an easy opportunity. Roth looks at the three-pointer, backs up, look for a jumper there, not going to get it. Davis drives in strong to the rim, won't get it to roll on in, but she will get 2 opportunities from the free throw line. Madison Davis going in strong on that with the right hand, getting fouled, almost rolled in for an opportunity for a 3-point play, but she's just going to get 2 here as Kyla Miller comes on in and replaces Sydney Roth. Shot up on the way from Davis, and that's going to extend or cut into that Hastings lead of just 2 at the moment. Second shot on the way, no good, but Reagan Nicholas is there to gather the rebound. She quickly throws it out, and Madison Davis covers a fresh 20 on the shot clock here for the Tigers. Almost a wasted opportunity as Olivia Null finally gathers it back. Teton looking to get things ready to go on offense. A little bit of a haphazard offensive set there, and Hastings College will take advantage, and they're streaking right down the opposite way for an easy layup. Smith tries to scoop it on up there, doesn't go. Broncos again with it. Doan did not look in rhythm on that last offensive set. They kind of had a couple of girls within 2 or 3 feet of each other, not spread out to get the opportunity to go. Schmidt from the corner, 3-pointer on the way far off. And that'll finally be gathered by Teton. That's going to be a foul on number 23. That's Hale. Foul situation here so far in this first quarter. Dead even, 3 fouls apiece. We'll look to see if they can get anything close to that 5 foul mark. That is such an advantage if you can get to that a foul mark against your opponent and get a double bonus situation. But again, it does reset after each quarter. Null's 3-pointer on the way. Looked like it was tipped on the initial release. And another offensive board for the Tigers here. Kyla Miller looking down low for Nicholas, won't get her there. Finally, Null gets it. Good movement. Miller from the corner for 3. No good. Here go the Broncos the other way. Schmidt just lost control of it there as she tries to gather herself, and it goes out of bounds. Frustrated with herself. There's Schmidt as she looked like she had a perfect opportunity to get something rolling. I talked a little bit earlier about Caitlin Schmidt. She's averaging 16.5 points per game, but across the board for these Broncos, you have pretty even scoring throughout. 3 Broncos. Carly Lenners, 9.8, Allie Smith, 9.7, and Taylor Beacom, 9.7, as Smith is going to take it on in and get it. A missed opportunity there. It looked like a Tiger almost was in her way just for a moment. That might have messed up her rhythm. Miller, 3-pointer on the way. That's short, off the mark. But as you look up and down that Bronco lineup, the scoring is evenly distributed, and that's going to be a key factor for the Tigers. They can't just hone in on Schmidt. There's many girls that can score from all across the board. As it looks like Reagan Nicholas is going to be called for her first foul of the game. That is Reagan's first, but that next foul for the Tigers will send the Broncos to the line to shoot double bonus.
Returning to the Tigers, number 3, Madison Davis.
Madison Davis will replace Olivia Null for the time being. Tigers bunched on in their defensive set. Broncos spread out across the perimeter as Beacom. She'll take a look at a 3-pointer, and that's off the mark, no good. Davis just swipes that one away. and gathers a defensive board. She has Roth open just for a split second. Saw her a little too late, as Roth's going to be called for the travel there. Getting a very intriguing matchup on paper for both the Tigers and the Broncos here. Doane coming into tonight's game 3-6 on the season. Hastings coming into tonight's 2-4 as Beacom tries to get a bucket to roll in, and she has not had her opportunity to score quite yet, as that one's battered around in the hands of the Tigers. So far in our game here today, Broncos are shooting 44% from field goal range. Tigers shooting 45% for the game. So just a slight advantage right now, as Miller's going to be called for the travel. And some sloppy play here as a wasted opportunity for the Tigers. Just under 2 minutes to go. Hastings holding that 2-point advantage. Not a lot of scoring here in the last 3 minutes. Broncos are 0 of 8. 0 of 8 from field goals as of late, and the Tigers have not scored in the last 2.5 minutes. So both teams struggling to get things rolling on the offensive end. Smith distributes in the corner. That's going to finally break that curse as a three-pointer goes in for Danley. Miller off to Teton, right back to her is going to be Teton. Miller going right down the lane, and there's going to be Danley in the perfect spot at the perfect time to get a turnover, and she's heading the other way with it. Danley, quick crossover right in the middle of the heart of that Doane defense. Opportunity for the Broncos, and that's going to be no good. Hastings still with a 5-point advantage here, just a little bit over 1 minute left to go. Roth in the far corner is going to be fouled there. It looks like that's going to be Taylor Beacom's foul called there, and that's going to be her first of the game. 4 fouls apiece, so both teams, next one that they commit is going to send the opposite team to the line to shoot. Tigers going to set up in this unusual 3 high, 1 low look, and they finally distribute themselves out as Davis gets it into the high post area. Tries to get it right in the middle of the lane, but that's going to be no good. Nicholas fighting for it, finally in the hands of Davis. 20 on the shot clock. Tigers not sure what they're passing here early on, and that's a good call there by the ref. Looked like Madison Davis almost tried to gather her hands on it there as it slipped on through, as Taylor Perry is going to come and replace Sydney Roth. Tigers taking some risky passes here, trying to get it down on the block, but it's not working here so far. Davis giving out to Perry. Across the timeline they go. 8-7, got to make quick work of it. Perry looking, finally gives it off to Davis, but that's not going to happen before the travel is called. Davis fighting for it, and that'll be in the hands of the Broncos here, and there's about a 9-point second differential between shot clock and game clock here. So Broncos will have to get a shot off. Tigers might have the opportunity to get the last shot if they can secure a rebound. Beacom, she'll go up and she'll finally score her first points of the game. Tigers, shot clock is off. They have the opportunity to take the last shot of the game. If they control it here, they're going to get close to a 10-second violation as they finally get it across. Madison Davis up to Null. Null throws one up, doesn't get it to go. There's Haley Heights with it, and she'll get 2 opportunities from the free throw line. Tigers just looking rushed here on the offensive end here, especially with about 10.7 seconds to go. Getting lucked out as Haley Heights go to the line to shoot 2. Heights, her first one on the way, is good. And her second one is good. Haley Heights so smooth, so consistent from the free throw line. Hastings 21, Doane 16. Hastings with the opportunity for the last second shot. Danley, 3-pointer on the way, no good. Gathered by Heights. Perry will not take the last shot of the game. As we finish up our first quarter here, Hastings 21, Doane 16. Stick with us for our second quarter. Second quarter underway here. As we look at our stats from the first quarter, your leading scorer for Hastings College is going to be Carly Leonard. She has 6 points, followed by Allie Smith with 5 as Haley Heights down low gets it to go in with an opportunity for a 3-point play coming for her. Olivia Nall for the Tigers is your leading scorer for that first quarter with 8 points, followed by Ashley Teaton and Madison Davis, both with 3. Haley Heights with an opportunity to complete a 3-point play here as she goes to the line to shoot 1. Shut up on the way, and that's out the back iron. No good. Points off turnovers is probably the biggest differential in our game so far here. Hastings has 10 points off the Doane turnovers. Doane just with 2 points in the paint. Hastings with 10, Doane with 4 as well. So Doane has some things to shore up on the defensive end. Those turnovers becoming crucial as we continue on with the game here. Bauer with it up top, gives off to Beacom. 3 on the shot clock. They've got to get something off quick. Schmidt finally realizes it, throws up a prayer. No good, and Davis will rebound it. Good defensive hold there by the Tigers as that's going to be battered around finally in the hands of Haley Heights as she calms her offense down and sets it on up. Taylor Perry on the left-hand side trying to lob it on into Haley Heights, and she's in trouble. Finally off to Davis on the top of the key, guarded heavily there by Beacom up top, and she tries to get it off to Teaton. Too quick with that pass, and another turnover for the Tigers. As we look back at that first quarter, turnovers for the game so far, Doane with 10 turnovers, Hastings just with 3. Doane's not being very sure with the ball in the hands right now as Beacom buries the 3-pointer there. Doane's got to make sure that their passes are on point, ready to roll as they're trying to force some things down low. Not the right angles to get it in there. Coach Baumgartner throwing off a play here, giving it off to Perry. There's going to be Heights in the middle, and another pass out of bounds. I'm not quite sure if it's the angles at what they're looking at, but these passes aren't even getting close to any teammates at this point. A frustrating thing to look at throughout this game. Schmidt down low quickly passing it out. Here go the Broncos. Smooth passing all along as Beacom has really started to hit her stride and hits another 3-pointer. Hastings now extends their lead up to 9 as Beacom has come alive and made the Tigers pay for their defensive holdout. Perry with it. Stringing it on over to Nall, and she'll get quickly to work here, trying to get it into Heights. That one's on the ground loose. Teaton will just throw up a 3-pointer, and that's going to be a good answer. Ashley Teaton gets the 3 to go there as Coach Baumgartner wants to speak to his ladies as Hastings has the lead, 27-21. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. .47 left to go here in our second quarter of action here as a double dribble is going to be called on Hastings. Teaton to Miller to get the things rolling for the Tigers on offense here. They're down by 6. A crucial 3-pointer was just buried by Ashley Teaton as Taylor Beacom has hit a pair of 3s to extend that Bronco lead. Davis with the ball here, and she's getting really close to that 5-second call. Finally gets it off to Olivia Nall. Tigers were not moving very much on the offensive end to give her any sort of help, but finally getting it on in. Olivia Nall down low for the easy layup, and there's 2. Good pass on the inside from Davis. Good angle as Schmidt quickly pulls it up here. Beacom tries to make quick work of it, and that's a little too quick as they call a travel on her. Dawson Canode back in for the Broncos here, as Miller controls it and takes over the point guard duties. Miller lobs it up to Teton. She'll get it right into the heart of that Bronco defense. So there's going to be another turnover, another travel call on the Tigers. Quick moving of the Broncos here, as that's Beacom all along that right-hand side, and she's going to barely step on the out-of-bounds line. Turnover battle. It seems like here early on in this game, as Hastings has committed here 3 turnovers in the last minute and 22 seconds. Doane still leading that category, not a category you want to lead, but they have 13 turnovers, and that'll make it 14 compared to Hastings 6. Broncos are they're doubling up the Tigers in the turnover category, with more to come, as that one's almost tipped out of bounds. Broncos lucky to control that one, as a short jumper on the way for Hastings is buried. Not the most crisp of games as you've seen here in the G-Pack this year, but Hastings leads this one by 6 points. Teton throws up a long-range missile, no good, as Schmidt tries to gather it as Null goes to the ground. Two teams battling here in the in-state rivalry as Beacom, 3-pointer on the way. That's off the mark, no good. She has a nice shot every time it comes off her hands. It looks like it's gonna go on in at some point. Miller driving inside, and that's gonna be another travel and turnover. Frustrating if you're Coach Bumgarner here tonight. Can't even get in your offensive set, get things rolling, as you keep turning the ball over. Smith with it, finally gonna rip it away from Null. Null had it for about 2 seconds, then ripped off. Canode, jumper on the way, off the back iron, tipped around, back in the Hastings' hands. Tigers just not taking pride on the rebounding end. Not winning those 50-50 balls at the moment. Set play call here, 5:36 left to go here in our half, as Olivia Null just falls to the ground. That's about her 3rd or 4th time she's fallen to the ground in the last couple of possessions. A quick move inside, and there's going to be another travel. I don't think I've seen this many turnovers in a game here this year so far. G-Pack, non-conference, or anything. This is kind of a turnover battle here. Teton across the timeline, gives it off the road. She'll take a 3-pointer, and she will miss that one off the back iron, no good. Davis inside, finally will go to line to shoot 2 here. Crazy to look at these trends over the last 3 minutes. Hastings with 4 turnovers over the last 3 minutes and 1 second. Doane with 4 turnovers over the last 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Not a sight you're used to seeing here in the G-Pack. Shot on the way by Davis is short. Hastings still clinging to the 6-point advantage. Shot up, shot good by Davis, as the Tigers pull within 5 here. Davis tips someone out of bounds. Reading the pass of Smith.
For the Broncos, number 5, Ellie Danley.
Danley back in the game now. As the Broncos look to get things rolling here with 5 minutes left to go in our second quarter. Quick moving around the perimeter are the Broncos. Canode off the back iron, no good. Trying to take a tough angle, almost floating out of bounds. Hit the sideboard of the backboard, no good. She'll go and get the offensive rebound there, put it up again. Finally, the Tigers gather the rebound there. There's 3 rebounds, 3 opportunities for the Broncos there to get a score. Roth whipping it over to Perry. She'll try to look on inside for Heights. She doesn't have the position at the moment. 15 on the shot clock, plenty of time to get things rolling here as Teton looks inside for Heights. She'll dump it down low as Teton will dump down. Heights will take it in herself. 4-2. Nice smooth move down low by Haley. Smith. Whirlwinds dribbling in and out, confusing the Tigers, almost putting them in a spin cycle, as that's going to go out of bounds and stick. with the Broncos.
For Hastings, number 23, Carly Hale.
Davis almost hunched over on that play after the whistle as she's getting winded here today.
Olivia Knoll returns.
Broncos will get out of bounds here. They're 0 of 7 with their last 7 field goal attempts. A little bit rusty are the Broncos here on the offensive end. They had opportunities down low, 2 or 3 rebounds on the last opportunity as Canode will put it on in.
Dawson Canode.
A game of opportunities on both sides. If you can get those rebounds, limit the turnovers, this game would be a blowout at some point as Haley Heights gets a 2 to go, and we've got a game here. 31-28, Hastings with a 3-point advantage with 3:42 left to go. Schmidt, corner. She'll drive the whole length of the baseline, and she is out of bounds there. An opportunity for the Tigers to tie this game up, which at one point was led by Hastings at 9 points. The Broncos kind of settling into a little bit of a slight press look. They're just not letting Doane get into their offensive set here early on as they kind of spread defenders out before they get going, as there's going to be a foul there, which will send Reagan Nicholas to the line to shoot 2. Broncos kind of sending up 1 up top, 2 in the middle, almost a diamond look, just not pressuring that much. They're letting the Tigers move their way through, but it's forced many turnovers on the night as Nicholas, first one on the way is no good. Another opportunity for Reagan to tack it down to 2. Shot up, no good. And the Broncos still cling to that 3-point advantage, 31-28, 3:20 left to go. Smith being bumped up top by Null, no foul there. They'll let him play here tonight. Canode wisely dumps it off to Smith. You'll see the opposite post come up top to the high post as Schmidt, that one rattles out no good. Their set that sets up as they have a post, comes to the high post, looks around, and then if it goes to the opposite side, the other post comes on up to that corner or that elbow spot on the court. Perry with the ball, whipping it over. Roth left wide open in the corner, no good. Ashley Keaton tries to fight for the rebound, but it's back in the hands of the Broncos. Tigers on the weekend, they had a little trip up north to battle Dort and Dakota Wesleyan. Lost to Dort 54-83 and to Dakota Wesleyan 59-77. So Tigers don't go home with a win this weekend, looking to get one back here at home. Drop that 5-game losing skid, which would really put some bounce on their steps here, heading on in a tough G-Pack as they have a home and away with each opponent. So they will see Hastings again. That will be back at Hastings later on this year. Jumper on the way from Canode, paddled on inside, and that's going to be gathered in by Nicholas. Cold shooting by the Broncos here, 1 of 11. Last couple of field goals, they have not had a lot of success after those 2 3-pointers from Taylor Beacom, as she probably hears my voice at that time and takes it away on the other end. She'll go on in for a layup and go to the line for 2. 2 minutes left remaining here as Hastings clings to that 3-point lead.
Doane foul on number 12, Reagan Nicholas, second personal foul. First team foul of the quarter. 2 shots for Taylor Beacom.
Beacom shut up, rattles on out, no good. 1 more to come. That shot won't go in. Tigers can't hit from the free throw line. Broncos can't either as we stay steady here early on. Free throw percentage, not what you're looking for from Hastings College, 20%. Doane not much better though at 50%. Roth, 3-pointer, that's a big one as she buries it and ties this game up at 31 apiece. Beacom off the left-hand side, gives it off to Note after a nifty pass there. And Beacom will gather herself, and that's going to be jump ball possession. So Hastings with another opportunity here. As Madison Davis comes on in, Schmidt for the Broncos exchanges. Knotted up here 31-31, 127 left to go in our half. Tigers pack it on in, don't want to give an opportunity for an easy bucket or a three-pointer at this time. Got to be aware of the corners and down on the block. Wide open three-pointer on the way, and Danley makes him pay. We're not aware of the corners there. And Hastings gets an easy three to extend their lead. Back and forth we go. This is what you expect, two in-state rivals battling it out here in the G-Pack as Tigers lose another possession. Beacom going down, trying to save it, and it will head the other way. Opportunity lost. Davis will dribble it on up, gets it across that Tiger logo, across the timeline as there's anticipation there by Danley, but she'll be called with the foul there. Foul situation, Hastings has only got to be aware of theirs. Only has one foul. Hastings with 4, one more sends the Tigers to the line to shoot 2 free throw shots. Tigers got bailed out there by Danley being a little too aggressive, because that could have been an easy opportunity for them to get a wide open layup the other way. Danley right where the ball is each and every time, but back into the hands of Null. Null makes him pay with one more to come. Back and forth we go, my goodness. 2 or 3 turnovers in the last 15 seconds. Null with the bucket and one more to come. Opportunity for her to tie it up. Shot up off the back iron, no good. Taylor Beacom will have it. Tigers settling on back. They will have a shot at the last bucket of the night as that one falls out of Madison Davis's hands, back in the hands of the Broncos, swatted away by Sydney Roth. Schmidt with it, 17 on the shot clock, looking to get something rolling. Danley, three-pointer, left-hand side. That's good. Danley on fire here the last couple of possessions as she buries another three-pointer. Hastings up 4 here. Shot clock is off. Tigers have an opportunity to take the last shot of this half, but they'll turn it on over, and it will head over to Hastings. 18 seconds for the Broncos to get something rolling here. Wisely thrown it on in, and they finally get it back to Schmidt. She'll have 15 as she crosses the timeline. Davis, Smith. Davis takes an opportunity, tries to get it on in, and that's going to be Heights. She's called with a foul on Dick. Dick will go to the line to shoot 2 here, looking to extend that lead up to 6 for Hastings. Not the possession you're looking for there on the defensive end, trying to get a tough bucket to come. As Hastings will get 2 opportunities from the free throw line. Shut up, no good. Hastings still with the 4-point advantage. Just 4 seconds left to go as the Broncos clear out from the line. They're not going to even put anyone to get an opportunity for a rebound as Hastings sends that lead to 5. 4 seconds left. Try to push it up, try to get something. You've got a shot here to decrease this lead ever so slightly. We got to get something going to the rim. Davis has got to make quick work of it. 3-2 as she crosses the timeline. She's going to try and put one up at the buzzer. Gets it to go. Madison Davis runs herself down the court in a bucket to come. What a move there by Davis to extend it as Hastings with the lead here at halftime. But a little momentum by the Tigers, 38-35. We'll pass along some halftime stats as soon as we get them. Stick with us. Some halftime stats we want to pass along to you here as Hastings clings to a 3-point advantage here at halftime, 38-35. Hastings, your leading scorer for the night, is coming off the bench. That's Danley with 9 points. She's had some huge 3-pointers here to give that lead to the Broncos at halftime. Taylor Beacom trailing just behind with 8 points. For Doane, your leading scorer right now is Olivia Null with 12, followed by Haley Heights with 8. Points off of turnovers, there's where you're starting to see the separation. Hastings College with 22 points off of the Doane turnovers. Doane just with 7. And bench points absolutely dominated by the Broncos at 14 points. Doane is absolutely blanked in that category with 0. Hastings, their biggest lead was by 9. And Doane, your biggest lead was at 5 there early on in that first quarter. So Tigers looking to make things up. A nice move by Madison Davis there at the end of the second quarter to get that to a 3-point game. Let's see if the Tigers have something packed up for Hastings here in our second half. We have about 15 minutes left here in our halftime. Stick with us as we bring along that third quarter. Ready for a third quarter of action here as the Tigers will control it out of our halftime break. Hastings still clinging to a 3-point advantage as Haley Heights will take a jumper off the backboard, no good. Looked like the Broncos were settling into a little bit of a zone defense there. Maybe some void that they saw, something that they saw in those first couple of quarters that they might be able to control. Smith on inside to Schmidt. She'll take the jumper, and that's going to be tipped around, and Canody will gather herself back in. Beacom looks at the three, too short, and here go the Broncos again with another offensive rebound. Around and round they go, shooting threes, and they finally get it to go, and there's Smith to get it on in for the Broncos there. 3 offensive rebounds in that last possession finally lead to a score for the Broncos there. Tigers, opportunities right in front of them, just not taking advantage as Ashley Teaton's jumper on the way, no good. Broncos quickly moving. There's Schmidt for the jumper. Off the iron, no good. There goes Smith with the rebound. Tigers just getting out-hustled here in the last couple of possessions as a perfect opportunity for Hastings to get any shot they want here. Schmidt, she'll take the jumper, no good. Finally controlled by the Tigers. Again, if you look across that roster, Doan's a little bit outmatched size-wise from Hastings, but not a huge differential as Nicholas takes the short jumper, which will go out of bounds. It looks like it was actually called that it's going to be in the Tigers' possession there, as it might have been cut a couple of fingers of a Bronco defender. Teaton will throw a lob up to Nicholas with a fresh 20 on the shot clock. Teaton along the right side, Davis. Nice move down inside, but Teaton will take it in herself for 2. Nice move by Ashley Teaton. Schmidt with the ball, giving it off to Beacom. She looked at the three-pointer, patiently takes it on in, passes it on over to Smith. She'll take a look at the three-pointer. Off the mark, no good. Rebounded, fouled. 2 more coming for Hastings. Hastings has had 2 or 3 second chance opportunities throughout these possessions. They have at least here in our second half had an offensive rebound in every possession that they've had so far. Tigers could put a quick end to that and turn it into points on their end. Shot up on the way is good as Hastings extends their lead up to 5 points. 8:03 left to go in our third quarter. Second shot on the way is good. Kylan Roller will control it here as Tigers look to get something going on their own end. Whipping it around the perimeter. Nobody left on the inside so far. You don't have any posts. Haley Heiss not into the ball game, so going with a smaller, maybe a little bit of a quicker lineup as Davis gathers herself on inside, giving it off to Miller. She took off a little too quick, though, as there's going to be another turnover, and the Tigers turnovers on the game. They're up to 23 right now, as Hastings only has 10. Huge differential. That's not even close here in this ball game here today, and you can see that's the reason why Hastings has the lead that they do. Lucky are the Tigers that's not bigger. Is Allie Smith makes them pay, and there's another three-pointer. Hastings back up to their biggest lead of the game, which was at 9 there in the second quarter. They're matching that here. Davis inside, ripping it off the Nog. All the way around they go. Teaton on the inside puts up a floater. Off kilter, no good. And Beacom with it on the left-hand side. Beacom looking, finally giving out to Smith. She had her eyes kind of popping all around, trying to find an easy look down low. Tigers extending their defense down low a little bit. A little too slow with Ashley Teaton. There's an exchange, and good ball movement by the Broncos. Tigers need to get something rolling. They were in it the whole first half, but it is starting to churn south in a hurry as points have come off of turnovers, and the Broncos are taking advantage of it. Three-pointer on the way from the right-hand side, off the mark, no good. Battered around and finally controlled the first time by a Tiger. Tigers will take a timeout here to try to regather themselves. Hastings 48, Doan 37. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. .6:16 left to go here in our third quarter of action. Tigers need something to come their way on the offensive end, as Nall's going to try and get her opportunity. She will. Three-pointer from Olivia Nall is just what the doctor ordered for the Doane Tigers coming out of that timeout break. Now, need to see some rebounding effort, get that first rebound. Don't give Hastings any opportunities. Beacom, short jumper on the way, extended back, right in the hands of Beacom. Gotta get a body on a body here as it finally gets tipped around, and Astra Teton will control it. Perry, Teton, Heights, Davis, and Nall all on the court for your Doane Tigers. Heights down low, one dribble, on and up, and there's two more, and it's finally a 6-point game here. Hastings still leads. Lenners in the middle of that, gives it off to Beacom. She was kind of streaking her way down to the court, or down to the block, excuse me, trying to get an easy layup to go. Either way, they get it to go, and a chance for two more coming for the Broncos.
First personal foul, second team foul.
Shot up, shot good there. One more to come.
For Carly Lenners.
Second shot off the mark, finally gathered by Davis. She'll kind of take it up herself and might need to slow herself down, as she has outnumbered. Teton finding Nall. She was kind of whipping herself back around. She'll put it up with the left hand, blocked by Schmidt. But it looks like her right hand was on her hip there just ever so slightly, which will cause the foul to be called. But she had the hand on the ball and just swatted that one away. There was no doubt about that, but that right hand was a little bit too much. Nall's first one on the way is no good. As we look at those free throws percentage for the game so far, Hastings College shooting 45%, Doane shooting 40% on the game so far. Not impressive stats here, as that's going to drop the Doane from that free throw attempt farther below 40%, 36% for the time being. Those are two statistics you would look to get improved from both sides, as that one's up on the way finally in the hands of the Tigers. The last couple of possessions, Tigers have controlled the rebounding board on the defensive end, haven't given Hastings many opportunities to get second chance points. Tigers need to turn them on their own into points on their end. Davis, right hand side, whipping across all the way to the corner. Nall driving baseline, getting it fouled there, and that's going to be on Beacom. And that's Taylor's second, as the foul category is even out at 2 apiece for both teams. Heights had Teton for a while, a little bit too long of a wait there to take a three-point opportunity. Teton driving in the baseline. Now get it to go. Oh my goodness. Ashley Teton just kind of turning that left shoulder on in. Scoop shot and goes. Short jumper on the way there. That's Atalia Dick for two, as Hastings will take a short timeout here. 51-44, 4:10 left to go here in our third quarter of action. Stick with us. 51-44, 4:08 left to go in our third quarter of action. A back and forth game here from the Haddock Center. Thanks for sticking with us as Tate Missouri behind the mic here for Doane Sports Network. Davis driving on into the middle of that Bronco defense and throws one up to go. Impressive move there, getting it on inside, and that Hastings lead is just at 5. Beacom with it on the right-hand side. She'll give it off to Smith. They're kind of exchanging, and now Smith on back with it again. She kind of passes it off to Danley. Got to get something rolling for Hastings here. 7 on the shot clock. Leonard, she'll take a three-pointer. That's off the mark, no good. Gathered by Heights. Opportunity for the Tigers here to chomp on into that lead ever so slightly. Seems like every quarter Hastings gets up to that 9-point lead, and somehow Doane finds her way within 2 as Davis buries a 3. And we're a 2-point game. 51-49, 3 minutes left to go as Smith drives. Leonard's three-pointer on the way, short. Beacom tries to save it, but she's on the out-of-bounds line. Tigers have not given up in this game so far. As the current trend right now, Doane has hit all 5 of their field goals. Hastings College out of their last 7, only hitting 1 of those. It's a game of runs. It's a game of a couple of baskets. How quickly that can turn a game here is Null with the opportunity to take the lead, and they won't do it in that possession. And Schmidt makes her way up the court with her Broncos falling right behind. Schmidt down low to Dick. She'll put it up, and she'll go to the line to shoot 2. Haley Heights, that is her 3rd. You're getting up there a little bit in the foul situation. You'd like to get her out to make sure she's ready to roll for the whole 4th quarter. You wouldn't want to extend her out and sit her out for a little bit and let Hastings get a run as that first one up and good. Hastings with the 3-point advantage. And the second one on the way is good. Both free throws are knocked on through. Canode coming back on in as the Broncos provide themselves a little bit of a cushion here with a 4-point advantage, 2:30 left to go. Davis down low, Heights, she'll take the short jumper on the way. That's good from Haley Heights. And rhythm. There's no better shot than that. Schmidt, 3-pointer, she's going to try and answer on back, and she has been on the money, and it's just off by an inch or 2 here early on. Beacom gets that one stripped away, and Tigers force a turnover for change. Null to Teton. Teton, she'll drive right on in. She'll put up a floater, no good. And there was your opportunity to tie the ball game up. Broncos taking advantage. Nicholas, she'll be called for the foul there. Tigers did not get back on defense, and that's going to come back to hurt them there. Just under 2 minutes left to go as Allie Smith will go to the line to shoot 2. Danley in for the Broncos, Roth on in for the Tigers as Smith gets lined up for her 2 attempts. First one on the way is good. And the second one is on the way and good. 4-point advantage is Allie Smith, the junior out of Ord. Barriers them both. Roth to Davis, kicking on over to Null. Teton, she's going to try and answer with a 3-pointer off the mark. Didn't even draw rim. And here come the Broncos. And they have Schmidt running wild down for an easy 2-pointer there. As Schmidt just out hustling the Tigers, getting back on defense. And the Broncos back to 6. Tigers had an opportunity to tie it up at one point as Heights, her shot on the way, no good. No one really in position to get an offensive rebound here, which is super interesting to me for the Tigers. There's only about 1 rebounder there. Wasn't even in really good position the last couple of possessions. Those are opportunities to get it back, just like Hastings gets taken advantage of. Null with it, will whip it on over to Davis. Tigers gonna get right back into their offensive set. Passing around to the guards, Null with the 3-pointer, no good, in the hands of Smith. We're under 1 minute left to go here. I like to see the Tigers get this down to a 3-point advantage. Get this tighter than when it really is. Schmidt, 3-point on the way. And she finally makes the Tigers pay. And there's a 9-point advantage. Tigers get it all the way down to about a 2-point advantage. Hastings climbs their way back up with that 7-0 run over the last minute and 10 seconds. Null down low. That's an important 2 points there. As the shot clock is off, Hastings College can take the last shot if they want to. Coach Douglas instructing her players to get it on out. They are going to take the last shot of this third quarter. Get ready for this fourth quarter of a highly contested game here so far from the Haddock Center. Broncos just trying to extend their time here as they finally get off. 2 seconds, 3-pointer from Canode on the way. No good. Tigers hold on there as Hastings clings to a 7-point advantage here. 62-53. Get ready. We're going to extend and get to our fourth quarter here coming up. Fourth quarter ready to get under roll here as Hastings with the 7-point lead here going into the fourth quarter. Pretty back and forth game here for the first 3 quarters. Looking for a wild finish here as Schmidt puts one up off the mark. And there's Ashley Teaton to gather. For Hastings, your leading scorer for the time being is Allie Smith at 13 points, and then 3 others with 9 points. That's going to be Lenners, Danley, and Dick, all with 9 points respectively. For Doane, your leading scorer right now is Olivia Null. She's having herself a night with 17 points. Followed behind with 12 is Haley Heights. Points off turnovers, Hastings taking advantage there again. Node going to go and get 2 more. Points off turnovers for right now, Hastings with 25 points, Doane just with 7. That's kind of been our highlighted category of the night as Hastings is taking advantage as Heights buries the short jumper for 2. Tigers and Broncos. This one dates back a while as Hastings leads the all-time series 54-37, but they have dominated the last 19 meetings. They've won 15 out of the last 19 meetings, and this is a wild stat to look at. If you're any fan, either of the Tigers or the Broncos, they scored, that is Hastings on that one, they averaged 101 points per game in the last 2 meetings. That's a wild stat. And the ladies category in GPAC basketball, 101 points. You're doing some serious damage. As the Tigers look to break that curse here and get a win here in the Haddock Center. Roth off the tee and she'll jump on back for the 3-pointer. A little bit of a tough shot. She had the ball in midair and then almost kind of jumped on back for the 3-pointer. That's a tough shot with momentum, kind of teetering back and forth. But they are going to call Danley for the foul there, so the Doane Tigers will have another advantage with 20 on the shot clock. Perry getting it on in, gives it off to Sydney Roth. She'll get things rolling. Spins, gets right into the free throw line, gives it off to Davis. A couple of guards picking up their dribbles here, trying to get into rhythm is Rowe, 3-point on the way, no good. Good hustle for the ball, but now it's going to go out of bounds. A little too late are the Tigers there. Coming up, the Tigers will hit the road on the 12th, head off to Northwestern. That's a 2 p.m. matchup there. And then we will be back here on the 19th on the Doane Sports Network against Briarcliff. That is scheduled to be a 2 o'clock tip-off. Lenners, short jump on the way, that's good. Hastings back to that 5-point advantage. Tigers have got to get some movement, got to get some easy buckets here if they want anything to come right now. Teton, she had Perry wide open in the corner, didn't even look that way. Hastings down low, there's Dick, she's going to try and put it up, no good. Battle for the rebound, and there's going to be Doane with the rebound. Field goal percentage right now, Doane's taking advantage of that 47% compared to Hastings 35. Hastings hasn't shot the ball particularly well, but the category that keeps popping up is turnovers. Doane with 23 turnovers, Hastings with 11. 3-point percentage is dead even. Doane with 33, Hastings with 32%. 3-pointers finally falling there as Taylor Perry gets one to go. And that'll extend that percentage up to 36. Danley getting it on inside, looking back. She'll take a look at it. She'll take a rhythm dribble and bury it. There was no one out there to even get a hand in her face to get her off her rhythm, and Hastings answers right on back. Perry controlling, giving it off to Davis. Tigers need a little luck on their side if they want to get back in this one. No, over to Nicholas. Extended back to Perry. Ball being thrown all the way across the court. And there's just inerrant passing, and that'll lead to another turnover to notch that up to 24 turnovers on the night for the Tigers. And that's going to be a sore spot to look at if this game keeps going the way that it's looking. Bronco settling on in. There's Davis. She's going to steal it on the way, and her speed gets her all the way across. It's going to be Schmidt that gets it swatted away, but they're going to get a foul called. That's her second opportunity tonight. Looks like she's swatted that cleanly, and she gets called for a foul there. That's got to be frustrating there for Schmidt. Davis go to line here. Her first one on the way is good. Tigers looking to get this down to a 7-point lead for Hastings. Shot up and rattling on home there. Finally, Davis will get it to go. 7-point lead for Hastings here as Danley wasting no time, and Davis will be called for the foul. Tigers just not getting back on defense. They're giving Hastings way too many easy opportunities to get into their offensive set and get easy buckets. Beacom going to pass it on in here. Couple of Broncos setting screens, getting things rolling. Lenners inside, she'll shoot the short jumper. Bounces high, won't quite go in there. Davis, one-handed pass all the way over to Null. Luckily getting it to her. Kyla Miller with it, looking for Haley Heights down low. She had her for a second. Miller, Teton. Teton inside, throwing up. Big rebound there by Heights. They're not gonna call it on the shot there. They will call it on the floor as we're at 6 minutes left to go. And they're going to call that one on Lenners. That's her third. Heights has 3. Something to look at here going forward. You like to see Heights get the ball here out of the inbounds play. Give it out to Olivia Null. She's having herself a night so far. 17 points for her. Null gets it. Not sure if she was looking for it at the time. Kind of swatted it back like she didn't know it was coming. Tigers keep. Miller had Null in the corner, and they're going to call block there on Danley. Miller's going to go to the line to shoot 2. As Hastings is in a little bit of foul trouble here in our fourth quarter, as they're already up to 4 fouls. Doane just with 1. Doan's got to keep extending that, getting those opportunities, going to the rim to extend it to 5 to have that double bonus situation the rest of the time being. Miller up and in for 1. She'll have an opportunity to get this lead down to 5 if she makes this one. Shot up, shot good. 62-67, 5:49 left to go here in our fourth quarter. Have a pretty good game here in the G-Pack from the Haddock Center. Both teams could use this win. Hastings on a 2-game losing skid, Doan on a 5-game losing skid. Any win you can get here is huge. No, going on in with her left hand, gets 2 to go, and it's a 3-point game here. 6-0 run over the last minute here for the Tigers. Need to keep pressing if they want to win here tonight. Both teams looking a little bit tired here down the stretch. Back and forth game we go. Hastings has got it up to about a 9-point advantage. Every quarter we played, Doan just kind of notched on in, got it down about 2 or so, tied it up in the second quarter. Smith rattles one on home, takes the wind out of the sails of the Tigers. 70-64, 5 minutes even left to go in our fourth quarter. Strap on up, we're in for a good one. (70-64), 5 minutes even left to go here. Tigers looking to get something offensively going to the rim here. Extend that to 5 fouls for Hastings, but Haley Heights will take it on in. That was a tough angle to get the ball up in the air. But if there's anyone to do it, it's Haley Heights. As Smith takes it on in, she'll be fouled, and she'll go to the free throw line. Smith having herself a nice night. She's got 16 points here on the night, 5 of 12 for field goals and shooting 50% from 3-point range. Those 3-pointers have come up huge here in this game. Shot up, shot good by Smith. She's been perfect from the free throw line here tonight. And that shot is good as well, extending that back up to a 6-point advantage here for Hastings. Tigers quickly getting on to Heights. She'll take the short jumper, a little bit too strong. Back to Smith. Patient approach here by the Broncos here. They know that they have the lead, and they know that they are extending it just a little bit more as Lenners gets it to go 8-point advantage. Tigers just haven't got the crucial stops that they've needed. They've hit some big buckets. They haven't got the rebounds, or they haven't got in position. Made things tough on Hastings in those tight window situations. Tigers have got to get something quickly here. Davis with 6 on the shot clock. Buries one. Nice shot. Madison Davis for 3. Gets the Tigers right back in this at 5. Tigers have got to win the rebounding battle here in the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Cannot give up those second chance opportunities. That's going to come back and bite them if that happens. As Hastings wants to take a timeout and look things over. 74-69, 3:26 left to go here in our game today. Stick with us. 74-69, 3:26 left to go here in a tightly contested GPAC game with two in-state rivals, Hastings College and Doane. Smith into Lenners. Lenners takes it right into Teton. She'll spin around. She won't get it to go. Nice move down low by Lenners. Doesn't get the lucky roll to go on in. Tigers need one here with 3 minutes left to go, and that's going to be a double dribble. That's not what you're looking for in that situation. 5-point game, every possession so critical at this point as the turnover situation just looks atrocious here for the Tigers at 25 turnovers in this game. Broncos patient. Won't get that one to go here. Perfect opportunity for the Tigers. Null getting right into the heart of that defense. Puts it up with the left hand. Won't get it to go though. She'll go to the line to shoot two is Olivia Null. She hasn't shot it great here tonight. She's 0 for 3 from the free throw line tonight. Needs at least one here in this situation. No, finally gets one to go on in, and no better time to do it as Hastings 74, Doane 70. She'll get one more coming. Shot up, shot good. It's a 3-point game here. Tigers need to stop here and a bucket. Make things a little bit more interesting. Heights looking, finally extending her arm out as Dick has proven she can shoot the ball here tonight. Heights, skies high for the rebound, and the Tigers with a three-pointer can tie it up here with just under 2:30 left to go. Roth driving on in, gives it to Null. Null, she's gonna try and notch it up. She won't get it to go, tries to fight for the rebound, and she's just a little too late. She wanted that one badly. Broncos slowing things down, trying to slow themselves up. They don't want to rush into anything here with the lead. Beacom gets a screen. She's going to deny it, give it off to Lenners. Broncos got to make something of it with 7 seconds left. There goes Davis. Davis has got it all the way down there. She's going to put it on up, and there's two more coming. 1-point lead here for Hastings, under 2 minutes to go, and what a game we've had here tonight from the Haddock Center. Despite the turnovers, despite all the second chance opportunities Hastings has had, there's some way Doane has made this into a ball game here tonight. Smith, three-pointer on the way. A long rebound coming. There's going to be Lenners. I'm not sure who they're going to give it to. There's going to be a discussion. They are going to give it to Hastings. That was a big call there. Tigers got to come up big here, get a stop, get a steal. They've enjoyed a 7-0 run over the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds. They've got to defend down low, and there's going to be a huge bucket down low by Dick, and she's going to get one more to come with an opportunity to extend this back up to a 4-point advantage. Man, oh man, Tigers were right there. It was heading out of bounds. Bang, bang play. Not sure who touched it last, but Hastings really makes Doane pay there. That shot up, and that's going to be good. 4-point advantage with 1:28. Things looking a little bit heavier, a little bit more daunting for the Tigers as time rolls on. Rowe to Davis, trying to get it into Heights, won't get it. Cross-court pattern, Teton for three, won't get it to go. Man, that was a huge one. And you can feel the wind almost come out of this place for the Tiger fans as they were ready to explode with a three-pointer there. Cannot give up a bucket. Here's Davis, got the steal. Davis going on in, she's got Schmidt on her. That's gonna be a foul. That's a good foul by Schmidt there before she even gets it off. That's a smart foul not to let her get one off and then foul her with an opportunity for a three-point play. But Davis going to the line here. She has come up huge with a couple of steals, and now she needs to come up with a couple of free throws. Davis, that one's short on the way. She's 4 of 6 here tonight from the free throw line. Would love one if you're Coach Bumgarner to go on in here for Davis. Shot up, shot good. There's a three-point advantage. A steal and a score could be huge here as Hastings is going to draw something up to get it across the timeline. Hastings 77, Doane 73, 58 seconds to go. We'll be right back. 58 seconds to go here. Extremely tight game here. Just a 2-point lead for Hastings. They're going to have to get a shot off here. It's the beauty of college sports. There is a shot clock, unlike high school here in the state of Nebraska. There's a layup opportunity. Schmidt's going to miss it. What an opportunity the Tigers have here. Davis whipping it over to Teton. Will give it off to Roth. Plenty of time on the shot clock, and they're going to get a foul call. Tigers were going about 1,000,000 miles an hour there. Almost ended up in a turnover.
2 shots for number 44, Sydney Roth.
Roth go to line here to shoot 2. Excuse me, looks like we had a little malfunction earlier. It is a 3-point advantage for Hastings. So Roth, if she knocks these 2 through it, Hastings will still have that 1-point advantage. Roth's first one on the way is good. She's been good from the free throw line here tonight. Something to note here as we look, Schmidt does have her 4th foul on the night. Roth, her shot up is good. A 1-point advantage here as Coach Bowman is going to take a full timeout, try to draw something up here. Oh man, we've got a game. 77-76, 40 seconds left to go. You're listening to the Don't Sports Network. One-point advantage here for Hastings, 77-76, as Doan applies a little bit of pressure here to try and force some sort of turnover here on the Broncos. About a 10-second differential between game clock and shot clock up until this point. Tigers do have a foul to give, so if it does get to a situation, they do have a foul to give and they give it up there. That's not the situation when you want to give up a foul. But it's better than Beacom going right into the lane and getting an easy layup and making this a little bit more of a daunting task. Tigers will pack it in tight here on the baseline. Do not want to give anything within the rim, anything easy as Schmidt. That's who you want to enter hands, a senior. Has it right now. Broncos being patient. Coach Baumgartner telling his girls to come up, come foul. At least that's what the girls said. He was just wanting them to come up and guard at the point, but Roth tripped up a little bit, which will send Leonard to the line to shoot 2. Shot up and good. Tigers will have an opportunity if this one goes on in. Take the last shot of the game if it goes in. Tie the game up if she misses, which she will. Tigers have an opportunity to win this one. Oh my goodness. 78-76, 17 and a half left to go. Tigers are going to try and draw something up here out of the out-of-bounds play to get a win. What a game we've had back and forth here today. Right now, as we look at stats here for the game, shooting 48% from field goal range are the Tigers. The Broncos shooting 36%. 3-point percentage pretty even across the board as Broncos are shooting 34%. Tigers with 36%. Again, something you do not see every day is these Tigers are still into the game right now with the amount of turnovers they've had. 25 turnovers in a GPAC contest is unheard of to even be in a game, and the Tigers are right there. Despite all the circumstances, they have an opportunity here with 17 and a half left to go on the game clock, and with a 3-pointer could win it. Again, you don't have to shoot a 3-pointer in this situation. Drive it on into the hole. Again, you do have that bonus situation with the 5 fouls. You get drive to the hole, maybe get fouled on that opportunity. Go to line to shoot two, couple of pressure free throws. Both teams shooting the ball okay from the free throw line. Broncos shooting 65%, Tigers shooting 62%, but Tigers, you cannot drop a more perfect opportunity at this point to come out with a win here, a big GPAC win to get this 5-point losing skid out. This is big time here. No, gonna drive on in. She's gonna put it up with her left hand, no good, and there's gonna be a foul the other way. Tried to get a quick hitter. They were trying to get with Olivia Nall. She spun on in with her left hand, put it off the backboard, didn't go in. And Leonards gets a chance to redeem herself and put this game out of reach if she nails both free throws. Leonards, her first shot on the way. If she makes this next one, I can pretty much seal the deal here for the Broncos. Shut up on the way, no good. Tigers still have life. Man, oh man, they've had opportunities. 7 seconds left on the shot clock. They've got to get a three-pointer off, though. And then there's a turnover on Sydney Roth. What a fitting way, if that's the way that this ball game ends today, for a turnover to seal it. Oh man, 79-76. 4 seconds left to go. We'll step aside here. Tigers gonna have to hope for a miracle if they want to pull out an overtime contest here today. (79-76). 4.7 is the exact time on the shot clock right now. Broncos with an opportunity to seal it here. Schmidt gets it on in. She's going to be fouled with 2.9 left on the clock. Frustrating here if you're a Tiger fan that they've had two opportunities to win or tie the game here, and there's been a turnover and a missed shot on the other. Schmidt off the back iron, no good with one more. She can seal the deal. Tigers are going to have to push it up the court and take a long-range shot if they even get an opportunity to do so. And throw up a prayer. Schmidt's going to knock it on through, and that will be a Bronco victory here tonight. Sydney Roth will put one more shot up, and Hastings here tonight will win it 80-76. We'll pass along some post-game stats here in a short while. Some post-game stats here to pass along from Hastings and Doane. Hastings wins it here tonight, 80-76. For Hastings, your leading scorer is going to be Allie Smith. She tacked on 18 points, a big night for her. Following her closely behind is Carly Leonard. She had 15, and Danley and Dick both had 12. For Doane, your leading scorer is going to be Olivia Null. She had a monstrous night with 21 points, followed behind with Madison Davis scoring 19 and Haley Heights with 16. A good performance from them here tonight.
Here are your totals.
Points in the paint here tonight. Doane with 32, Hastings with 24, but end up what was the true difference here tonight was points off of turnovers. Hastings with 26 points and Doane with 12. Those turnovers tonight, Doane with 26 and Hastings with 14. Hastings started to creep up there a little bit there in that third quarter with some turnovers themselves, but that ended up being the difference in this game here tonight. Good matchup on paper, what ended up being a good matchup on the court. Hastings prevails and drops that 2-game losing streak with a win here at Doane. We've got the men coming up here shortly. An exciting matchup here between Hastings and Doane with 19 minutes left to go in the pregame. We'll get started here in about 15 minutes and get things rolling.
Good evening once again, basketball fans, and welcome to Bob Erickson Court at the George and Sally Haddix Recreation and Athletic Center with this Great Plains Athletic Conference men's basketball game between the Hastings College Broncos and your Doane University Tigers. Let's meet the starters first for Hastings, a 6-foot sophomore from Alliance, number 1, Mason Eamstraw. A 6'1" freshman from Papillion La Vista, number 2, Jared Matley. 6'2" sophomore from Bennington, number 3, Carson Gansamon. 6'1" senior from Clive, Iowa, number 15, Ben Jubal. And a 6'6" junior from Harlan, Iowa, number 23, Shane Chamberlain. The head coach for Hastings is Bill Gavers. Doane fans, on your feet. Time to greet your Doane Tigers. A 6'1" senior from Omaha North, number 3, Anthony Larrabee. A 6'3" junior from Lincoln Pius X, number 21, Joe Burt. A 6'4" senior from Millard South, number 22, Jackson Ari. A 6'1" freshman from Lexington, number 23, Nick Sides. And a 5'9" junior from Gehring, number 24, Trey Winkler. The head coach for Doane is Ian McKeithen. Coaches Joe Stryker and Shane Sweeney.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on in to the Haddix Center here on the campus of Doane University for tonight's matchup between the Doane University Tigers and the Hastings College Broncos. Tate Missouri behind the mic here, ready to roll here in a GPAC matchup. It's a very interesting here on paper and should be a good one here on the court. Doane coming into tonight's contest 4-7 on the season, 1-5 in the GPAC, and Hastings coming into tonight looking for their first win in the GPAC as they come in at 0-5 in the GPAC and 3-6 overall, as Anthony Larrabee will take it on for the Tigers here and give it off to Jackson Hari to start things off. Tigers coming off of a long weekend. 2 losses to 2 the tougher opponents here in the GPAC, Dort and Dakota Wesleyan. They lost those 2 games by a combined 12 points. Looking to regain themselves with the Tigers here tonight as Joe Burt drives left, driving in right on, and he's going to take the layup in for 2 as Joe Burt gets us started off here from the Haddix Center. Thanks for listening here on the Dillon Sports Network. Broncos coming into tonight's contest here. They have a really young roster as they go on in easy for 2 there. Starting lineup: sophomore, freshman, sophomore, senior, and then a junior. As it looks like some Broncos are out tonight, possibly due to some COVID protocol. Larrabee, he'll take the long-range three, fall to the ground and gets it to go. Anthony Larrabee for 3. Good to see Anthony get started off here early tonight. Broncos lob it on inside. Hari just a step late, and he's going to get the foul on the end there. Hari had an opportunity to knock that one away just a little bit too late, and ended up being the worst possible situation as he fouled as that shot went on in. One more coming up here for Hastings to complete the 3-point play. Gansamon will get that one going to go in, and we're a notch here at 5 apiece early on. Fast-paced game to start off in these first 2 minutes. Larrabee along that right-hand side, Hampshire guarding him pretty heavily. Those two could provide some fireworks here tonight. Larrabee tries to throw it on out. regathers himself, gives it off to Trey Winkler. He'll get his first three of the night. Hari right there for the pass there. And he'll get it to go on, almost like he planned that one out. And it's great to see Trey Winkler back here. It's been a couple of weeks since we last seen Trey. Still have Ben Moxness out, as there's going to be an easy lay-in for Heemstra. But Trey's back, Skylar Kelly's back. A couple of guys that you have missed for the last couple of weeks to provide some offensive production and some good defense. Notch 7 apiece here, 17:56 left to go. Larrabee looking for his second three of the night. That's good. Anthony Larrabee for another three. Anthony quickly getting himself started here with 6 points. Fast-paced game. Short jumper on the way, 15-footer's good. Matley with a 15-footer, couple of dribbles off a screen. Easy peasy for him. Hari up top, going to control, giving off to the freshman Nick Size. Lineups have switched here ever so slightly. That you'll see Zach Witters coming to the game. He didn't start here tonight. Nick Size is kind of floated around that starting lineup. Joe Burt, three-pointer is good. Joe Burt has got this thing rocking here as Doane is up 13-9 here. 17-14 left to go here in our contest here tonight. Stick with us. 13-9, excuse me, is the lead here for the Doane University Tigers. 17-14 left to go here in our first half of action. Could not have drawn up a better start here if you're a Tiger fan. 3 3-pointers here to start things off. Shooting the ball extremely well, but they've got to hold these Broncos as they quickly get in their offensive set. Another 2-pointer coming by Matley there. If you're looking at the Broncos here, averaging 16.6 points per game, Heemstra, you're going to have to keep him intact if you want to get a Tiger victory here tonight. All of these Broncos, though, are averaging double figures. That is a 5-headed monster if you're looking at this any way you spin it. Plenty of scorers around. I can score it at ease. 6 on the shot clock. Got to get it off here if you're Hari. He'll dump it off to get 2. Controlling his body, going up and getting 2 there is Hari as he extends that lead back up to 5 for the Tigers. Good switch there. 3-pointer on the way from Hastings. They'll bury it there. Nice shot by Shane Chamberlain. Notches it back up within 1. Both squads here shooting the ball well. Coming out firing. They want a big win here in the GPAC, especially the Broncos looking to get there first. Tigers finally got that monkey off their back, but they need to keep things rolling if they want to keep pace with the rest of the GPAC. Larrabee right at the 15-foot line. Had the one knocked away right at his hands. No foul call there, but he got it swatted right on the wrist. Broncos, Jewell right in, gets 2 to go. Not the tallest squad if you're looking at this for Hastings, but man, can they move, and they do it so well together. As Jewell, he'll gets to the rack and gets one to go. Burt in the middle there, finally let's get it off to Larrabee. 15 on the shot clock. A lot of time to do it, whatever you want with it, as Larrabee's going to take it on in himself. Hari tries to wind up himself, but gets it to go for 2. Almost looked initially like he was going to go in and try for a slam, but wisely gets the 2 to go. And we'll take a short break here as the Tigers do so. 17-16 here is your lead for the Doane Tigers here. 15-23 left to go. Plenty of time in this first half to spin it for either squads. Heemstra, the sophomore out of Alliance, will control the point guard duties for the time being. Crosses over back to his left. Winkler slots it away. Heemstra gathers himself, gets it right on back. Oh man, opportunity coming up there for the Broncos. Looked like the Tigers were heading the other way with it. 3-4, Tigers were about 10 feet away, ready to sprint on out. Ended up being for the Broncos. Winkler, short jumper on the way, no good. It's gonna be a game where punches are going to be thrown. You got to punch right back, score some buckets, get the big rebounds when they're needed. That's going to be Joe Burt. He'll be called for the foul there, and that will send Carson Gensabaum to the line to shoot two, the sophomore out of Bennington. First shot on the way is buried as the Broncos extend their lead to 2. And the second shot goes on that. 3-point advantage here for the Broncos. Again, you look at that Doane bench here, Ben Moxness, the leading scorer of these Tigers early on in this season, has not played for about 2 weeks. You're waiting for that time when Ben can get back on the court and provide an offensive spark for this Tigers team to finish out these GPAC games. So many close games. Dak West, Jamestown, Dort this weekend. Many games the Tigers could have, and that schedule could look a lot different. Larrabee inside, tough bucket, gets it to go. Spinning, moving, shot faking is Larrabee there to get the tough 2 to go. Tigers extending themselves. Wide open gap there in the middle of that Tiger defense. Look to see if the Broncos exploit that a little bit later as they get a offensive foul there. Another opportunity for him. Jewell, he'll take the 3 off the back iron, no good. Skying high for it is Joe Burt. Burt gives it out the sides. He'll go on in. Initially thought that there was going to be a little bit of a contact, kind of swayed his body. Won't get it to go there. His size. Moving it quickly are the Broncos. Lobbing it up. Hefty roll, but nothing goes on in for the Broncos. Couple of empty possessions for both teams here. Exchanging. Tigers are shooting pretty well the last 8 field goals. 6 of the last 8 have gone in. I'd like to see that trend to continue here on in as Skylar Kelly looks like he's going to come in with Zach Witters for the ball game. Jackson Hari, corner 3. Buries one. Jackson Hari gets a 3. Tigers shooting it exceptionally well from the 3-point line tonight. Amazing pass there by Heemstra. Oh my goodness, he sidearmed it down low. Fit a tight window and gets one to go in. The Magician gets one to go. An opportunity for a 3-point play. My goodness. The pass, the shot. You don't see that very often.
One shot for Mason Heemstra.
One more opportunity coming here for Heemstra. An opportunity to get that lead back in the Broncos' hands. Shot up, no good. Tigers control it here. 12:50 left to go. Knotted up at 22 apiece. Skylar Kelly into the game along with Zach Witters and Tyler Sullivan. Larrabee, he'll take the 15-footer. Off the front iron, no good. Broncos will move the pace here, looking to get back to Heemstra. Was Jewell, didn't find him at the right time though. Broncos don't really have a true forward down low as the 3-pointer's buried from the corner there. That's Shane Chamberlain. Broncos just kind of sway somebody into that high post, exchange himself, move quickly, and don't stay stagnant for long. Sullivan looking for Kelly off that screen. He'll give it to Zach Witters instead. Witters won't take it. Larrabee will. Larrabee, 3-pointer on the way. That's his first miss from beyond the arc. Witters, good stop there. Good job gathering himself. Chamberlain, what a pass and a catch there. As that was Heemstra that caught it. He'll try and put another one up and get it to go. He is all over the court here. finding a way to get to the hoop. The real play of that possession was the catch by him, almost went out of bounds, extended that right arm. A really athletic play. Tigers moving, Larrabee on the left-hand side gives up to Hari. He had a wide open three-pointer, but he wants to take the short jumper instead. Off the back iron, high rebound, gathered by the Broncos. 27-22, quickly, kind of sneakily have the Broncos extended that to a 5-point lead, looking to get it to 8 as Heemstra won't get it to go. And as a couple of Broncos will come into the game now. That's Bregan Meyer, the number 11. That's going to be number 21, Logan Schultz. Huge shout out, number 21, Logan Schultz, former teammate of mine back at Donovan Trumbull. I'm sure the Schultz are listening here tonight. Good to have you here on the Dome Sports Network. Witters off to Sullivan. Max Mason into the game, looking to get him open for a couple of three-pointers are the Tigers tonight. Lob pass inside, no good. A little too strong there, Sullivan. Jewell looking off the Schultz. He puts a little bit of a head fake, won't get it to go. Broncos moving. Larrabee on the ground. Broncos have the numbers here. Jewell gets one rattled on in and out, and finally hits the out-of-bounds line in the hands of the Tigers. Joe Burt back in the game now, and looks as we, not a sight that you want to see if you're a Tiger fan, as Anthony Larrabee's hunched over on the sideline there. Might have taken a shot to the back, possibly an ankle, gimping around there, hoping Anthony's going to be okay for the rest of this one. Joe Burt, right-hand side, gives it off to Skylar Kelly. Not a great pass, wanted to get him on in, and there's going to be a foul there. I'm not sure who they're going to call, but it's going to be against... It is going to be against Meyer. Meyer with his first foul, trying to get it to Max Mason. Those passes, Mason's got an advantage size-wise. You've got to get more touch on it. You can't get it as easy as that. Skylar Kelly gets 2 to go in, but Mason's got the size advantage. You got to give him an opportunity to go and get it. It's not going to always be that perfect pass. Got to give him an opportunity to find a way to get it. He is going to have a weapon from the three-point line. You'll look to see that here later on. Broncos moving across the perimeter there. 11 on the shot clock, and they're a little bit stuck in their offensive set right now. Moving it. There's Logan Schultz, three-pointer on the way. Short, gathered by Coach McGivern telling everybody to slow themselves down just a hair as Max Mason down low. He'll dribble, put it on back to Skylar Kelly. Kelly, head fake, trying to throw something up there. Jumped a little bit late, back for the Broncos. I'm not sure that he knew what he was going for there right off the bat. Kind of had to improvise as he was up in the air, just finally threw it up. As Kelly's going to go out of the game now. Broncos on the court right now. Witters, Hari, Sullivan, Burt, and Mason, as Witters will assume the point guard duties right now. Broncos without a basket in the last 2 minutes and 18 seconds. They looked a little bit out of sorts the last time up the court. Hari down low, dribbling left. He'll put up the short jumper. That's good. Jackson so smooth around the rim right there. And the Tigers nudge themselves within 1. Broncos moving in and out. Schultz on the baseline, tries to throw it. He steps on the out-of-bounds line there. A little bit of a tough pass to handle there. Tigers shooting it pretty well. So are the Broncos from field goal range so far. Broncos shooting 65%. Tigers are 61 as Tyler Sullivan will up that number just a little bit with his three-pointer. As the Tigers now on a 7-0 run over the last minute and a half. Broncos moving. Again, they just get that one person on the high post there. Try to get Doan out of sorts, but Doan's handling it pretty well here as shot clock gets all the way down to 6. Battered around for the rebound there. That's going to be a foul. Looks like that's on 35 Kingston.
Hastings foul on 35. Evan Kingston, first personal foul, second team foul.
Foul situation here so far. Doan with 3 fouls, Hastings with 2. Nothing really to worry about for both squads. for right now. Anthony Larry coming back in. He'll replace Zach Witters. Doane going fairly deep in their bench here to start off. They can go even deeper, though. They've got very capable players at any time can come in and score and defend well. Larry looking, switches course. He's trying to find Max Mason down low. Won't get it to him at the time. He finally gets it on down to Max, and he'll miss that one. A little too strong off that left-hand side. Heemstra back for the Broncos. Heemstra kind of has to pivot himself, find a way to get it off to another teammate. Tigers kind of settling back in that zone look. They've done it many times this year. It's worked to their advantage. That one's finally going to go out of bounds. Looked initially like that would have stayed in the hands of the Broncos. Ref had a better angle at that one. Broncos have to find a way to get the ball in the hoop. 4 minutes. 4 minutes without a bucket here as the Tigers look to take advantage. Larry squaring himself up. He'll drive, shoot a short one, and try to get his own rebound. It would have been a perfect opportunity. Would have laid in his lap if it would have been a little bit of a less bounce off the rim there, but it bounced right in the hands of the Broncos, right over his head. Heemstra, three-pointer on the way. Off the mark, no good. That's a push in the back. That was pretty easy to see, as they're going to call Bragan Meyer with that foul there. That's Meyer's second here with 7:20 left to go, as Coach Gavers is going to take his squad into a break. They need to find a way offensively to get things rolling. Doane 29, Hastings 27, 7:20 left to go. Stick with us. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. Some announcements we're going to pass along here as we get things out of the timeout here. For Doane fans traveling up to Northwestern, now is going to be 50% capacity. So it looks like only parents at that situation. Now, when the Tigers do travel up to Mount Marty on the 16th, there are no fans being allowed at that time up in Mount Marty. Again, on the 16th, if you're traveling up to Mount Marty, cancel those plans. They are not allowing any fans. You can catch that on Mount Marty's site. Just watching that through the webcam as Max Mason goes in for two. Extending that lead back up to 4 for Doane. 9-0 run over the last 3:18 for the Tigers. Enjoying that Hastings hasn't got it in the bucket. They'll go ahead and take advantage of it that time. Heemstra, he'll try and break that curse. Finally, he does. Gets a two to roll in, and that's 5 minutes without a bucket. Finally breaks that for Hastings. A welcome sight if you're a Bronco fan. Hari on the left-hand side tries to lob it on into Max Mason. They've done that about 3 or 4 times, and it hasn't worked any time. The only result they're getting out of it is a turnover. Got to be patient in their approach and get it to the people who are open at the time, not forcing anything. Short jumper on the way for Hastings, finally gathered by Joe Burt. Look, Tyler Sullivan was trying to fight him for it at the time. Burt spinning. Mason, 3, corner, no good. And back with the Broncos. Doane hasn't had any top opportunities from the free throw line here yet tonight. That's kind of been the trend the last time that they were here at home. They only went to the free throw line 4 times. 4 total attempts. I like to see the Tigers drive to the hoop, get those opportunities to get fouled. 5 on the shot clock, got to get it off quick. Jewell, 3-pointer on the way, off the mark, no good. Good defensive possession there. to hold the Broncos without a bucket. Sullivan controls traffic. Runs a play design here. Max Mason's got a huge disadvantage down low. Sullivan driving right with Jewell on him. Bumps Jewell right off him. Oh my. Jewell went back about 3 feet. Tyler Sullivan put his body into him. Big man basketball down low. Heemstra getting it down. Danson, nice pass. Sullivan flies high, and there's going to be a foul there on Joe Burt. Shane Chamberlain is going to go to the line to shoot too. Bill Gavers not too thrilled about the no call early on when Tyler Sullivan went skying. Shot up on the way by Chamberlain. That first one is good. He'll have an opportunity for one more. Second shot on the way, just nicked around, and finally Hari gets it. Max Mason off the right-hand side will control it now for the Tigers. They're getting their wings to kind of slice off. Wanting to face cut everybody. Jackson Hari down low, bullying his way down low for an easy two. They're getting their wings to face cut the Bronco defenders, trying to get him on the high post look. And Jackson Hari going to town, going to work, getting a big man, 2 points there. In the corner of the Broncos here, 4:27 left to go. Short jumper on the way, 15-footer no good, skying high there. Tyler Sullivan. Man's got hops. Hari out on the left-hand side. He can shoot it from the three-point range. Doesn't always do it though, like your other guards. Larrabee cutting, tried to find Jackson Hari, ended up finding Joe Burt with the ball way clear up in the air. Max Mason, 4 on the shot clock. He's gonna be off the mark there. His 2 attempts aren't really any very close. Unusual to see Max Mason that off. 3-pointer from the corner, no good. Larrabee getting it for the rebound. If this is going to be the key to the game, getting the rebounds, the Tigers have done well from so far. Joe Burt, 3-pointer, finally buries one in. As the Tigers extend their lead, 38-30, 3:27 left to go. Broncos look a little bit exhausted here early on. A little bit more juice on the Tiger bench as they get an easy bucket down low. Just sneaking down behind that zone defense. Again, there's pros and cons to the zone look, and that's definitely a con. You can have somebody slide behind you without you even noticing. Unlike on a man-to-man defense, you're right up against your defender. Larrabee decides to string it on out, gives that on off to Max Mason. 10 on the shot clock. Tigers are winding it down. Joe Burt, heat check, and he's got it. 41-32 are the Tigers up. Joe Burt, last 2 3-pointers have come from him. He's feeling it right now. Heemstra giving off. Jewell will try and answer right on back, and he does. Now they're firing all cylinders of the Broncos and Tigers. Five outlook for the Tigers right now. Max Mason will finally switch his way on inside. Sullivan driving right, spinning, has Max Mason in the corner. He'll try to break that curse of 3-pointers. Won't get it. 0 for 3 is Max here tonight. Tigers passing along the perimeter. Finally getting onside to Heemstra. No foul, and that's a late call. Bill Gavers was about to explode. You saw him take about 2 steps towards the ref there. And finally, they'll get that call. That was a pretty easy call. Max Mason kind of had almost his knee and his arm right there and just pushed against the defender there a little bit too much. That was a pretty easy call from any angle you looked at it. Hastings looking to pass it on in. They'll give it to Jewell. He head fakes like he was going to shoot that bucket. Alec Oberhauser now into the game for the Tigers along with Trey Winkler. 7 on the shot clock. Got to get something rolling. Oberhauser defending and defending well as that 3-pointer is no good. 6-point advantage here for Doane. 1:40 left to go in this first half of action. Winkler extending, can't get it to him, and they finally will get it to Anthony Larrabee. Anthony driving left, stopping, and that's going to be a travel. Almost stopping a little too hard, and he is gimpy. Anthony Larrabee's going to go jog on down the court. Right now, just a little bit gimpy out of that plant there, and he's actually going to go off now. Next size is going to come off onto the court now and replace Anthony. Anthony, again, earlier was a little bit of gimpy, kind of got his roll going back, and then that was a hard jump stop. Looked like he might have tweaked it there just again. Broncos in rhythm, short 15-footer is good there. That's Jared Matley for 2. Size lobbing on to Hari. Hari gonna go in for 2, and there's another one for Jackson. Jackson having himself a pretty nice night here so far, already with 13 points here tonight. Joe Burt with 11, those two hustling. Joe putting his body on the line. He's gonna leave his sweat marks there along the sidelines. They're gonna need a towel for that one. That one's not gonna go away with a little bit of air. As Cody Vance throws a towel on in to help the official out. As they wipe it, the sweat off the court here, Broncos will control. Good time to look at our series notes here. Hastings leads the all-time series 131-96. They have won 11 out of the last 15 meetings. So Broncos control it here in the all-time series. And as of lately, Tigers looking to switch course moving forward here tonight. 43 seconds left to go. Last minute of our first half, and it's been a dandy. Jewell switches course back to his right. Oberhauser finally comes out with after being hedged out. 10 on the shot clock for the Broncos, and there's an inerrant pass out of bounds. Miscommunication by the two teammates there as that one flails out of bounds without even a Bronco defender looking in the direction of the pass. About a 1.3 second differential between shot clock and game clock. So practically the Tigers can take the last shot here of the first half if they so choose to. Winkler gets a screen, whips it right behind his back. Oberhauser looks, has to get a shot off. He finally does at the buzzer. My goodness, that was a big one. Oberhauser behind the backboard. Right hand throws one up and it goes on in.
That's the end of the first half.
They're gonna look, that was easily out of his hand by the time that the buzzer went off. Bill Gavers wanted to chat it up a little bit and see what it was. There was 1 second on the shot clock when the ball was up in the air, and the Tigers control the lead here, 45-37, heading on into halftime. We'll pass along some halftime stats as soon as we get them. Stick with us. Some halftime stats passed along to you as Doane. A really good first half as they control the lead here, 45-37. Your leading scorer for Doane right now is Jackson Harvey with 15. Big buckets down low for Jackson. Followed behind him is Jobert with 11 points. Hastings, your leading scorer, is Gansebaum with 11 points, followed by Mason Heemstra with 8 points. Some other stats pass along. Points in the paint, Doane controlling that by 6 points, 24-18. And points off turnovers, Doane with 7, Hastings with 4. Doane shooting an impressive 61% from field goal range as Hastings shoots 51%. 3-point percentage, Doane shooting the ball really well, 58% compared to Hastings, 25%. Let's see if the Tigers can keep things rolling here as they take that advantage over Hastings heading into halftime. We got about 12 more minutes left here in halftime before we finish things up from the Haddock Center. Ready to start our second half off here. Doane leads to start this second half 45-37. A fresh 20 minutes. Plenty of time to switch course in this game if you are a Hastings College fan, as Doane comes out guns a-blazing, trying to trap right off that first pass. Short jumper on the way, no good. Controlled by Jackson Hari. Coming out of the break, Witters, Larrabee, Hari, Mason, and Burt all on the court for the Tigers. They love to switch up that lineup, whether it be a starting lineup or whether it be after halftime. They do not keep it always the same, as Joe Burt goes on in, gets fouled, and he'll go to the line and shoot two.
23, Shane Chamberlain, first personal foul, first team foul. 2 shots for number 21, Joe Burt.
Joe's off the mark on that first one. Opportunity to get one more, add to that Doane Tiger lead. Joe knocks it on through, and there's your first point of the second half here, 30 seconds on in. Broncos moving around. Almost 2 people down low in the block this time. A little bit of a different approach off the mark. 3-pointer. Heemstra is going to try and save it, and does. Nice move by him. He'll try to turn that into points. He's going to go in strong. Whips it around. That's off a Doane Tiger. And there's going to be 13 seconds here. Broncos will set on up. Heemstra to pass it on in. Moving and get it right in the heart of that defense. Nothing to come of it though. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Quick to move things. Arla Heemstra thought about it. Drives. Puts one up with 2 on the shot clock. Gets it to go. Heemstra patient in his approach. And he's up to 10. Hovering around his average of 16.6 points per game. And he'll probably easily hit that. Joe Burt, 3-pointer on the way. Off the back iron, no good. Long rebound. Tipped out about Jackson Hari, but too strong, out of bounds. Coach Keaton decides to extend his defensive pressure just a little bit. He's going to apply Zach Witters on the point guard here, and also apply Joe Burt and Anthony Larrabee just a little bit. It's almost just a little bit of a skeleton look, just to extend a little bit, not to get them into their offensive set too easily. Jewell in the corner, whipping it across. They've got Heemstra. All the way around they go. 12 on the shot clock here for Hastings, and miscommunication as they throw that one out of bounds for a turnover. Turnover situation is pretty even, and that'll actually even it right now at 4 apiece. Hastings was trailing that just by 1, but they'll even it up right there. Rebounds for the game. Doane leads that by 2, 17-15. Offensive rebounds, though, are dominated by Hastings, 3-1. As there's going to be a foul on the floor, and that's going to be on number 3 for Hastings. That's Carson Gansebaum. Tigers will set up their situation out of the inbounds play here. Up 7, 18:05 left to go. Witters passing on to Larrabee. He almost had 2 guys draped all over him in the corner as he makes his way to the top of the key to get things set back up. 12 on the shot clock. Witters, Hari, short jumper on the way. That's usually Hari's sweet zone. A little bit too long as Max Mason tries to gather himself, and oh my goodness, we have a good angle here, and that did not look like it was on the out-of-bounds line. Max Mason with tremendous effort there, tried to swat away with his right hand, but on the initial swipe, it looked like he landed out of bounds at that time, so he cannot be the first one to touch the ball. Good play by me. Max even getting there. He was all the way at the 3-point line, had to put his body on the line just to even get it there to start the possession. Heemstra, corner, Jewell, that should be a 2. As Hari gets it back. Hari will push it up right up middle of that Tiger logo, and then back the other way we go. Tigers in possession, there's 3 of them. That doesn't matter to Gansebaum as he'll take the 2 to go. Hastings pulls within 5 here, 46, 41, 17, 22 left to go. We'll take a short break. Doan has had a bucket here in the last 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Hastings taking advantage of that as they've got this lead back down to 5 for the Tigers. Larry off the screen, he'll take the trigger and pull it, and he'll get it to go. Anthony Larry for 3. Hastings a little bit frazzled here, getting across the timeline as Heemstra, smooth ball handler. Haven't seen him make many turnovers here tonight. Hastings whipping around 15-foot line, back out, three-pointer attempt on the way, off the back iron, no good. Hastings is getting themselves in good position. They're moving the ball quickly, not letting it stick in their hands for more than a couple of seconds. Just hasn't been able to hit those opportunities, and there's a wasted one for the Tigers. They're trying to lob it in too often into that post down on the block. That's about the 4th time that's happened, and that's turned into be a turnover. At some point, you kind of look at your offensive approach and be patient, and Coach McKeithen's going to say the same thing as he yells out right now. You don't need to make that pass. Be patient on the offensive end. As Heemstra runs into a brick wall of Max Mason. And no call there, but if anything, it should have been a travel. As Max Mason was standing straight up, and Heemstra went about 1.5 feet back with the ball in his hands. Hari driving left, he'll put it up with his right hand, and goes in. Jackson Hari has been so consistent around the rim here tonight. Going to his left, he's still using his right hand, but the ball's going in. You don't care what hand he uses if it goes on in. Down low, though, easy opportunity for Hastings, as that's going to be Gansabaum. Again, we talked to that, a little bit of pros and cons of the zone look, and that's definitely been the one con here tonight, as Hastings has got easy buckets down low. And there's a nice entry pass to Max Mason. Initially blocked by Heemstra, but I'm not sure if I saw the foul on that play. Max Mason will go to the line to shoot 2. Max, his shot up on the way is good, with an opportunity with one more to extend this to a double-digit lead. Shot up, shot good by Max. Tigers with the 10-point advantage with 15:43 to go. Opportunity for Tigers to really put their foot on the gas here with the 10-point advantage. Heemstra down low. A good hard take, but he will get fouled on the floor, not on the way up, on the floor. So he'll have to take it out of bounds if he wants to get an opportunity. 4 points here. Heemstra, three-pointer on the way from the left-hand wing. That's buried. That's going to be Matley for the 3. Tigers were condensed so much, packed in so tightly, they didn't account for the 2 up top, and by the time they got out there, it was far too late. Jackson Hari using his left hand, getting on inside, and he gets 2 more to go. Jackson Hari is playing a different level of basketball here tonight. My goodness, Jackson Hari, he's already up to 19 here on the night. As that opportunity to get 20 won't quite come yet. You expect more of Jackson here coming. He has played a different level of basketball, getting to the rim in a hurry and getting there with intentions. He's not there to mess around. Broncos down low, have to get out. There's Jobert. He's going to try and get the Jewel, and he won't get there early enough, as there's a three-pointer by Jewel with the three-pointer to go on in. Doan still has a 6-point advantage here, 55-49, 14:55 to go. As there's going to be a 30-second timeout called by Hastings. We'll stick here for the time being. Again, coming up, we want to announce for those fans who were planning on attending the away games here at Northwestern here on the 12th, that is going to be 50% capacity. 50% capacity at Northwestern, and then on Mount Marty, they are not allowing any visitors at all. They're not allowing any parents or any household family members. That will be live streamed. You can go to the Doan Sports website, go into the men's basketball, and then you'll see a little camera logo under the Mount Marty on the schedule, and that'll send you right to Mount Marty's live stream. So again, Mount Marty, no visitors, 50% capacity at Northwestern for this upcoming week. Witters controlling it for the Tigers here. Had a 10-point lead, got it all the way down to 6. Need to keep the offensive approach rolling. It's been effective here so far. Jackson Hari down low, gets a reverse layup to go in. He has been taking control down low. Almost had 2 guys draped over him. Tough entry pass, had to reverse his course to get that layup to go in. 15-footer, Heemstra, that's good. Heemstra is so good, you do not want to get him in the middle of your defense. He's effective. Nice pass by Oberhauser down to Larrabee. Hari, short jumper on the way. That's good. Jackson Hari, automatic here tonight. Back and forth we go here. 8-point advantage here for Doane, 14 minutes to go. Again, we talked a little bit earlier, this matchup on paper was going to be a good one. Larrabee down, giving off to Zach Witters. Witters, hoop in the arm, going for one more. Zach Witters with authority, with a chance to get a 3-point play.
Second personal foul, 15th foul, 1 shot, Zach Witters.
Men of Doane just have a different level of juice right now. Every opportunity they have. Witters, he'll go to line and notch that up back to 11. Hastings got it all the way down to 6. Tigers had none of it. They are back up 11 and shooting perfect from their last 6 field goal attempts. 6 of 6. Hastings, they're perfect as well. 4 of 4, and there's going to be an inerrant turnover the other way. Tigers coming up big. Meyer back in here for the Hastings College Broncos. Stat line here so far tonight, pretty impressive. Doane shooting 64% from field goal range, 57% from 3-point range, and 67% from the free throw line. They've only had 6 attempts from the free throw line as Heemstra swats that one out of bounds. Hari with it out the a little bit higher than an elbow spot there on the right-hand side. Hari spins, gives it off to Witters. Witters, open jumper on the way. Off the mark, no good. Joe Burt thought about going in. Pretty wise decision that he kind of stayed away. That could have been an easy foul called against Doane. Heemstra in the middle of that defense. Just shoots it right over Oberhauser. Oberhauser standing in there, 6'7". The 6-footer, Heemstra, shoots it just right over top of him. You like to see Oberhauser try to swat that away, change his course a little bit, had a hand right in his face. Didn't affect Heemstra even one bit. Didn't even make him question it for a second. Joe Burt inside for the 2. Punches thrown right back. These 2 teams well aware of each other. 2 in-state rivals separated about an hour and a half away. Both need this win desperately in the GPAC to improve their season record and their conference record as well. Winkler going to come in and replace Zach Witters. Winkler's been pretty quiet here tonight. Still getting his footing back after being out a couple of weeks. He is not in the scoring category here tonight. He's put up some big numbers here early on in the season. The transfer coming in the program. Jewell, long-range missile, and he buries that one. He's got a smooth stroke from the outside, and he is having himself a pretty fair night from the 3-point line. Winkler, assuming point guard duties at the point, dumps it off to Oberhauser. Oberhauser tried to throw it up, and that one's going to be staying with Doane. I'm not sure I saw that one tipped by Hastings College at any point. Looked like Oberhauser was going up with his right hand there, trying to almost do like a hook shot type of action, and it just bounced off his knee. Tigers got away with one there. Winkler going to the rack and a little bit too strong. A nice move by Trey to just get there in the first place. Just a little bit too much with that left hand. Hastings looking to answer right on back. They give it down low. Jewell and a teammate there were kind of backed up against each other. It was Jewell and Kingston both went to that initial middle spot, and the and their offensive set right from the start almost bumped right into each other. Hari down low, off to Joe Burt. Long range three, off to mark, no good. Tigers a little bit slow on the offensive end here the last 3 possessions, as the Tigers are going to bring on in Max Mason. Jewell answering, trying to answer right on back with a 3-pointer. Winkler got out there late. Jewell just off the mark here with 11 minutes to go. Both teams have kind of stalled here in the last minute, and Coach McKeithen can kind of feel it. He wants to gather his troops here, 64-56, 11:02 left to go. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. Tigers getting it on here with their lead, 64-56. Just under 11 minutes left to go in our game here today from the Haddock Center. Mason, Winkler gonna take the shot himself. That's short. He's trying to get himself in on the scoring category here tonight. He does not have any points. Jewell has plenty of them, but he's gonna miss that 3-pointer. Jobert being hassled and finally gets away from the pressure. Tigers just need an easy bucket right now. They don't need a 3-pointer, they just need a rhythm shot, something dink and duck. And just like that, speak it into existence, Max Mason gets one more to go for him. He's been rather quiet here tonight, but that was an easy bucket that they needed. And I'll stick with the Broncos. They have 19 on the shot clock, plenty of time for them to get anything started on up. Jewell to pass it on in here for the Broncos. Has a little bit of difficulty getting in. Finally gives it to Heemstra. Valentine, his first appearance in the game tonight, as they get it down to Jewell, and he had a good look at it, just a little bit of a tough angle, hits the rim on the way up. Broncos haven't scored here in the last 2.5 minutes. That's kind of been the tale of the story here tonight. They've had a couple of scoring droughts that have lasted. That one was up to a 5:15 as Max Mason gets one to go on in, and then he's gonna get one more. Tough angle from Max, gets it to go. An opportunity to extend this lead up to 13 points, their biggest of the game. Hastings getting into a little bit of foul trouble too. They have 6 fouls on the game, Doane just with 2. Mason's attempt goes on in as Hari and Sullivan come in for Oberhauser and Winkler. Tigers enjoying the momentum here after a couple of tough losses, a little bit of a skid in their losing category, looking to get out of that here tonight. Heemstra going to go ahead and try and conduct this offense himself. Valentine tries to save it, but he's stuck on the out-of-bounds line. Larrabee with it, gets it across the timeline. He's got Sullivan, Mason, and Hari all on the court right now. Burt, good opportunity for him from the three-point line. Gets his own rebound. Tries to dump it on down low to Sullivan. Sullivan wisely gives it out and back out. Larrabee, three-point attempt. No good. Back with Joe Burt. Joe Burt puts it on up. Finally sends it back home where it needs to go. And the Tigers have extended that lead all the way up to 15. You can really start to feel the momentum shift here as Larrabee gets this screen. This could be a huge bucket to really put the damper on the spirits of the Hastings College Broncos. Hari with it at the top of the key. He'll give it to Joe Burt. Burt driving left. He'll extend back out for the three. This could be big. No good as Jewell regains it there. To get that back up to a 21-point lead, that would have sent this place on fire if they could have got it, as Joe Burt athletically kicks it out of bounds. A couple of subs in here for Hastings. That's going to be Matley and Gansebaum. As a couple of their starters look to get things started, as I'm not sure what that was. Almost looked like a ring was on the court. Initially we saw a couple of fans pointing on the court. Like it looked like a piece of gum or something. It was somebody's, looked like their wedding ring after they attempted to throw the ball back on the court. That three-point attempt no good, and Larrabee controls it here. Need a bucket. If you're a Tiger fan wanting to put this out of perspective for Hastings, Mason barely gets that risky pass into his own hands. Wooders driving back out. 15 on the shot clock. Want to set up a good opportunity here. Wooders looking to get a screen. He doesn't want to lob it all the way over. And this offensive set looks a little bit out of whack here for the Tigers. They got to make something out of it. Larrabee driving right. Gonna have to put up a prayer. He does. And it goes in. Larrabee drifting out of bounds there on the right-hand side and throws one up off the glass. Goes on in. It's one of those nights that it's started to go in the Tigers' way, and there's not been a lot of them here this year. Doan enjoying a nice lead here, 73-56. 7:39 left to go as we get a full timeout. We'll take it right with them. $7:35 left to go here in this contest. Three-point on the way from Hastings. That'll be good. That's Chamberlain with a three-point attempt there. Finally breaking that down. They were 0 of 6 for the last couple of field goals. Finally getting that to 1 of 7 now, and that's a big one. Larrabee at the top of the key gives off to Sullivan. Tigers being patient on this approach. They want to extend this lead out, but they're being patient as Sullivan goes to the rack and gets 2 to go. Hastings going to try to extend this game ever so slightly. They need to get things rolling on the offensive end. Kind of like that first quarter when they were getting a lot of the opportunities. They're moving it quickly. If this three falls, they are starting to hit a little bit of a hot streak here as that three-pointer goes on in. It's a welcome sight for the Broncos as they nail a couple of threes and get this within 13 points. Tigers extend themselves out to a 5-out look as Max Mason goes to the high post. Wooders tries to answer back, and he does. Zach Wooders for 3. Heemstra controls it for the Broncos as he picks up his dribble and goes right into the middle of that part of that defense and just gets a lucky one to go on in. Throws it right off the backboard. Had it almost taken out of his hands in the middle of his approach. He kind of throws it up, gets it to go in off the backboard, as he's right at his normal average at 16 points right now. Witters, three-pointer again from the corner, and there's another three for Zach Witters. That's a welcome sight for Zach as he hits 2 threes in a row there to bring his total up to 9 points for tonight. Heemstra dumping it off down low. Tigers have to extend themselves on out here in their zone defense. Do not want to give up another three-pointer if at all possible. Heemstra drives in the middle against Max Mason. He'll pull one up. Battle for the rebound. Heemstra comes up with it. Larrabee fighting. Heemstra gives it off. Three-pointer from the corner, and that's good. We've got a three-point battle right now. Both teams shooting it well from the outside. Sullivan gets a tip to run up in the air. He's going to have to try and fight for the rebound. He finally gets his own, and that was tipped in the air, and the Tigers have got 10 seconds on the shot clock. Three-point fiasco won't keep on going as Tyler Sullivan misses that one. Sullivan hassling down low. He's got Sullivan back again. There's Larrabee passing on up. Sullivan for the reverse layup on in. There's 2 more coming. Sullivan initially looked like he was going to go in for the left-hand layup. Maybe a couple of style points on there as he goes for the reverse. Max Mason tried to sky high, tried to get that one out of the hands of the Broncos, and they keep on moving here. Gansenbaum gives it off to Matley. Matley will take the three, and Mason controls it. Tigers will slowly walk it up as they approach the 4-minute mark. Wanting to take as much as this shot clock as they can, string it out, get a win, which is much needed here as Witters tried to shot fake and go right on through Heemstra, but he got him in the air, and it's going to be fouled. That'll send Zach Witters to the line to start the one-on-one opportunities for the rest of the game. Coach Gabers wants to take a timeout, rally his Broncos as Doane is up 83-67, 3:52 left to go in our game. You're listening to the Doane Sports Network. One-on-one situation coming up here for Zach Witters with 3:52 left to go. The first one on the way for Zach is good. Zach's second is good as well. As Joe Bort's going to come into the game now to replace Max Mason. 85-67 is your score with Doane in the lead right now. Tigers have enjoyed themselves a nice offensive night, extending this lead out here in the second half. Three-pointer on the way from the corner, no good. Sullivan trying to fight for it and finally gets it. Sullivan going, giving out to Jackson Hari. Hari, stop, pop, give it to Locke, and it's in for 2. Jackson Hari almost having a career night tonight. I don't have the stats of his career high, but man, oh man, is he getting up there with 25. And there's another turnover. Here goes Witters and Larrabee. Larrabee going in with the left-hand layup. And it's a 3-man weave at this point, the last couple of possessions. Boys just out there having fun, taking care of a rival in Hastings. Heemstra giving it on in. Turnaround Jay. No good as Joe Burt gives it off to Witters, and he'll saunter his way up the court. Witters on the left-hand side, giving in to Joe Burt. Burt being hassled up top by Jewell and gives it off to Witters. They're going to extend this down. Sullivan, three-pointer from the corner, no good, off the mark. Under 2 minutes we go. Heemstra down low. Hari playing defense, but he's doing a little bit too much with the body there, as that's going to be Jackson's foul there. That's his second there. Only with 3 fouls here in the second half and 2.5 minutes left, you'd think that they won't get anywhere close to that 7-foul mark of 1-on-1. Tipped around, Jewell finally gives it off to Heemstra in the corner. He's going to jump on in, try to go for 2. And not a great sight there, as when Heemstra went to the rack there, he's grabbing his hamstring as he comes down. So you're hoping it's just a little bit of a tweak there, but he'll go to line to shoot 2 nonetheless. Shot up, shot good there by Heemstra. As Kaiser's going to come into the game. Sophomore out of Overton into the game now. Shot up and shot good by Heemstra. Broncos will apply a little bit of pressure here, see if the Tigers can handle it and string this on out for a win here tonight from Haddock Center. Larrabee blowing on by, gives it across the timeline, and now the Tigers will go. Sullivan to Witters. Witters wisely passes it on back. Sullivan exchanging, 14 on the shot clock. Joe Burt, 15-footer, doesn't want to go there. He's going to drive the lane and get a 2-pointer. Just a solid win for the Tigers here tonight. They've moved the ball well, they've shot it well, they've rebounded well, and they took care of business against an opponent as a 3-pointer in the corner that they matched up evenly with. And they took care of him here tonight with 1:49 left to go. Doane 91, Hastings 72 as they get some players exchanged here. We'll take a break. (91-72) as Hastings applies a little bit of pressure here to get on in. Tyler Sullivan left alone as he'll easily make his way across the timeline. Skylar Kelly looking to get his first points of the game. Won't quite get it. Joe Cox into the game. Big 2 for Joe. Big rebound for Joe. Puts it on in for 2. As the Broncos with a whole new lineup here as they get everyone some playing time here tonight. Schultz pass on in the inside will be in the hands of the Tigers. A little bit of a timeout here as the Tigers exchange and get number 41 into the game. That's going to be Connor Day. Day, Cox, Kelly, Oberhauser, and Sullivan all on the court now for the Tigers. Kelly looking at the jumper, won't take it, gives it off to Connor Day. Day to Sullivan, 15 on the shot clock. Opportunities galore here as Day's going to have to hustle on back to stop the Hastings attack. Schultz, three-pointer from the corner, off the mark, no good. And that's going to be in the hands of Joe Cox. Tigers bringing it on up here with a minute to go, and the Tigers are going to get their second G-Pack win of the season. As a lob on inside to Oberhauser, there's going to be a foul call. They're going to call Logan Schultz on that foul, as that's going to set Alec Oberhauser to the line to shoot a one-on-one situation. Shot up, shot good by Alec to extend Doan's lead. Doan's score, all the way up to 94 points. Oberhauser lays one more on him, as that's up to 95, a 23-point lead here for Doan. They haven't scored this high here yet this season. Out of bounds throw by Hastings, and Doan will either have to get one shot off or take a shot clock violation, as the game clock and the shot clock, there's about a 2.8 second differential between those two. Sullivan driving right, exchanging with Day. He's still being guarded really heavily by these Broncos. Day giving on inside. He's got Joe Cox in the corner. Three-point on the way for Joe. Off the mark, no good. And the Tigers can string it on out here for their win here tonight. 95-72. They'll take it a win here at home against the Hastings College Broncos to extend their win category in the G-Pack to 2 wins. Hastings still looking for their first one of the year. Doan wins at 95-72. We'll bring along some post-game stats here as soon as we get in. Stick with us. Some post-game stats to wrap up Doane's victory here, 95-72 over Hastings. Your leading scorer for Doane here tonight, Jackson Hari. A monstrous night from Jackson as he tallies in with 25 points. Tracking right behind him is Joe Burt. He had 18 points for the game. For Hastings, your leading scorer, Mason Heemstra. He did it all for the Broncos, here tonight with 18 points. And tacking right behind him is Carson Gansebaum with 16. For the game, Hastings shot 47% from total field goal percentage compared to Doane's 59. For three-point percentage, Hastings shot 34% compared to Doane's 41. So Doane dominated both categories here tonight. And points off of turnovers was at 14-6, led by Doane, and this is the biggest one. Points in the paint. Jackson Hari had himself a night, but as a team, Doane had 54 points in the paint compared to Hastings' 24. A 30-point differential there. That might have been the biggest difference in the game here tonight. So, Tigers wrap up here, get their second win in the GPAC. Hastings still looking for theirs, but Doane wins here tonight, 95-72. Thanks for tagging along with us here on the Doane Sports Network. This is Tate Mazur signing off.